Man, I just love this main screen size. Art that is. Look it out, colorful and strange it is, I love it. It is exactly the level of strange and dreamy that this game needs. Alright, let's resume. I'm not sure why my model is leaning slightly every time I blink. It's fine. Alright, let's find some way to end our day.
Yes?
That's my assumption yet.
Excuse me?
Nothing, just an observation.
You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide.
What do you mean distinctive?
I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers from Jamrock's 41st Precinct tend to move a bit erratically.
How's that?
They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough.
Oh, is it
Prioritizes
okay?
containers.
I haven't changed the levels, let me check. Did the Windows sound do it on its own? It did lower the volume. Why containers?
I don't know. Containers contain, I guess. I'm making assumptions. We should move on.
Passing along frivolous interdepartmental stereotypes is not usually his oeuvre. He regrets bringing it up.
Fair enough. That better. For some reason the volume was down like 20%. Let's see anything else we can do before we end this day. It did, yes. It's a very good game. It's pretentious in a way where it knows it is every second. It's not unaware of pretentiousness. It just use it for its advantage. just running around deciding if there's anything else I can push or if I should just talk to some people. I think it's talking time.
Oh, hello,
Hey
dear.
Graham.
There you are.
You know, to hell with it. Let's have more cryptids.
Hell yeah, he's getting into it.
Of course, officers. Is there a particular cryptid you two are interested in learning about?
We've gotten Kim into it. What's the biggest cryptid?
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
But Kim, don't you want to hear about another?
The lieutenant pauses thoughtfully. Something in him breaks.
Ah, fuck it. Let's have more cryptids.
Yeah. We done it.
Well, the biggest cryptid is, of course, the horrible giant of Kokonur. The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur Desert in South Samara, casting a strange light across the barren wastes.
What sort of strange light?
Mirage or psychogenous luminance.
How big is it?
No one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain appearing from below the horizon and expanding to cover almost a third of your field of vision.
Is it dangerous?
The towering luminosity of Kokonur is a bad omen in local folklore. Some say it's a fata morgana, others, fate unimaginable.
Who are you? No animal can be that large. It's a mirage.
That's what makes it so peculiar. A species surviving at the very limits of scientific law. The giant of Kokonur must be the largest animal the planet can support. There
Hell
are
yeah.
limits, you see, to how large a metabolism an ecosystem can beget. Some say a gravity anomaly below the Kokonur Desert might allow the creature to grow to these gargantuan sizes.
Nice, now we're getting into gravity anomalies.
Great. This is great shit. You need more.
Hell yeah.
Gravity anomaly? Digging it. Digging this parascientific stuff right here.
What's the most dangerous one?
The gnome of Jeroma.
That doesn't sound too bad.
Oh, it is. None of his victims survived. Grieving relatives never even found their bodies because the gnome's venom dissolved organic tissue.
What does it look like?
It was reportedly a small creature with webbed fingers and a protruding forehead and a gangly little thing. Quite scary to look at. A couple of campers found it when it was already dying. They heard an odd wailing in the woods and followed the sound. They were scared and wrapped it in tarpaulin to suffocate it. It still took the gnome of Jeroma an entire day to die.
If the body of the creature was found, why aren't there detailed illustrations of it in science textbooks, confirming the existence of this very little species?
Alas, the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse put it in a jar of formaldehyde, thinking that would detoxify the gnome's venom. Instead, all the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding liquid, dissolving the creature itself. A poetic end, perhaps, but a real loss for science.
Damn.
Alas. Always alas, and then it was gone. Isn't that overly convenient?
No, it's a perfectly good explanation. Stop being so skeptical.
Sure. A perfectly good explanation. It dissolved in its own venom. Go on then. Ask about more
Fuck you,
gnomes
logic.
or whatever.
What about this pen? Is this encrypted?
Yes. It's the kind green ape. Half war story, half undiscovered species in the genus Homo.
War story, you say?
Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war. The kind green ape would visit bunkers during the night, healing wounded soldiers with its saliva.
Wow, with its saliva.
Yes, it has amazing healing qualities. Some soldiers reported growing back limbs, regaining their sight.
Undiscovered subspecies of man, you say?
Indeed, there is. It's our closest relative among the cryptids. Same taxonomic family, different genus. Which is to say, the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor, and that evolved parallel to our own. Just like your partners.
I'm pretty sure he's the same species. Grandma, don't get racist.
The lieutenant looks at you, pleasantly surprised.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to imply that Saelites are inferior to us in many ways. You are superior, for example.
Oh no,
your
she's
earwax
still at
doesn't
Grandma.
have a foul odor like ours does.
A tremendous evolutionary advantage, I'm sure. But perhaps we've had enough speculative biology for today?
No one more. Invisible cryptids.
What an interesting question. And the answer is yes, there are.
Of course. All fairy tales have someone or something invisible in them.
I have to know.
It's the Col de Mamadaqua. Its name means thin whisper of sound, and that's precisely what it is. Self-replicating sound waves, invisible and intangible. The Col de Mama is very afraid of us, which makes it incredibly difficult to track.
Okay, that's actually kind of a cool concept. An entire species entirely made up of self-replicating sound waves. I'm writing that down. That's actually kind of a cool idea.
Corula Mamadaqua can also be translated as a whisper light and low.
A whisper light and low.
Yes, that's another translation. They're both quite lovely, aren't they? Although the low part is a little ironic. The Col de Mamadaqua makes, or rather is, such a high-pitched sound that other animals, including humans, can't hear it. It could be everywhere all of the time, and we wouldn't know.
Fine, I'll bite. How can an animal be a sound?
Many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but a tiny corpuscle that emits sound waves. But there's no evidence to support this theory.
Could it be here right now?
It could be. As I said, it could be everywhere. And we wouldn't know any better. It could be ringing all the days of our lives and nights.
Whatever this is there.
Plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 20s, a group of Areopagi ornithologists, that is, scientists who study birds, were trying out a new recording technology for capturing sounds outside the range of... When playing back recordings
What's
they had
wrong
made
button?
in the foothills of the Ea mountain range, they noticed certain anomalies, patterns that seemed random at first, but on closer examination were consistent with the waveforms of songbirds.
No. Not.
The scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating and migration patterns based on sound waves in a strictly delimited range of ultrasonic frequencies, even higher than those of the highest-pitched bat calls.
She transforms, when speaking about these strange animals, into a confident woman.
Hell yeah. You might be slightly racist, Grandma, but that's still pretty cool.
They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it the Coldamamadaqua, after the Paracanassian name for the voice of God, which is said to be very silent.
Go on.
They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even though they couldn't see them, they could distinguish among individual birds and even began to name some of them.
Name them.
Sequester, Time, Joscan. Those are but some of the Mamadaqua they followed individually.
Why are they so afraid of us?
That is a sad story. A group of university students assisting with the field work in their enthusiasm for the project, and no doubt because they were preoccupied with impressing their professors, nearly drove it to extinction.
How?
They tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started sending out sound waves at frequencies they thought might match the Mamadaqwas. And what happens when a sound wave meets another sound wave of the same frequency, dear?
This lady really should be a teacher. She's really good at the explaining things thing. Psst. They cancel each other out. Psst.
Thanks, buddy.
Exactly. And these tests were performed so recklessly that when they happened upon the right frequency, well, they wiped out most of the population.
Great regret washes over her. A wending cloth.
Damn.
After that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere. There have been recordings of anomalies similar to those spotted in Ea, but they've been few and far between. It's impossible to confirm the presence of any stable Coldamamadaqua population anywhere.
Of course. A common thread in these. Disappearance and unfalsifiability. I like the story, though, ma'am.
He's at least gotten that far.
I'm glad you did, dear.
He doesn't believe, but he thinks it's fun. That's the way crypto shit should be. Interesting.
What about what?
That was pretty good.
I'm glad you like them, but I'm not really one to tell you about all of them. You should ask my husband if you get the chance. He's the real expert.
Will do. Let's see, I still need to spend about 2.5 hours.
Was that? Could it be? The Coldamamadaqua? No. It's probably just your imagination ringing in your ear.
Is it?
There seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring. Ultrasonic. Lena said it was very high-pitched, right? It's like something tickles your ear. Lena also said that it couldn't be heard by any other animal, including humans. What you're hearing must just be a regular bird.
I'm listening.
There it is again. You're about to rediscover a long-lost species. It must be very close. Maybe, just maybe, it will come toward you.
Kim, do you hear that cryptid?
No, I don't hear the Coldamamadaqua, and neither do you.
He knows what I was thinking. That's amazing. He's already that into my bullshit.
Of course he doesn't. He's deaf.
I'm listening.
Oh no. The sound. It's moving away. Somewhere over there. Go after it. No. Too late.
I must.
It's gone. There is no ringing anymore. Just the sound of the streets.
I'm listening.
Keep your ears peeled, then. If the species really has migrated to Martinez, you're sure to hear it again.
Hell yeah. Let's see, what do I not need? I can forget this thought when I have the resources. I don't need drug bonuses.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a puller.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Time to go talk to my precincts, see how they're feeling today.
Just a moment, officer.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
Oh, they have nothing new.
Okay, 10-4, sir. I hear you. Relay your question. Over.
Wait, before you say anything stupid, think it through. Be smart about this. Ask it.
10-4, sir. I'm not hearing your question.
Fuck that. Have I ever told you about my life before the RCM?
10-4, well, that's,
Does he actually want something, or is he hell-bent on disrupting our work?
Fuck you.
He asked if he ever told me about his days before joining the RCN.
For God's sake, cut this shit out! Tell him to stop wasting time and be a goddamn policeman for a change.
Sir, Satellite Officer Vicmar says...
I heard him.
So, was there anything else?
Any news about my family?
10, excuse me, sir. Over.
You probably don't want to continue on this road.
Just thought you might have heard of them, that's all.
No, sir, I haven't. You're not really keen on mentioning your home life, so I've always assumed things weren't that good on that front. Over. Understood, sir. Roger that. 10-10. Over and
Okay,
out.
let's leave. Damn, that only one is about 10 minutes. I guess it's time to just bother someone for a while. Actually, let me check something. Was there anything left in here?
The fan stands still. The lights are on.
Wow, it didn't kill me this time. Hell yeah. I'm getting better.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. Yes?
Nothing there to pass the time.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. The man ponders
Hey
his
bro,
cooking
anything to pass
utensils
the time.
and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
You know about that door?
He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
Stay masculine, bro.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again. Of course, dear. Is there a particular cryptid that you're interested in learning about? I'm glad you like them.
Alright, let's just quickly repeat a few things until we can get our
My
time
apologies.
passing.
It's not search.
The quality she's completely internalized.
Oh, dear.
It's always
Oh, well,
the lieutenant pulls out.
One other thing. He'll likely have... We'll be celebrating our 16th by a day. We hit it off. I hope I've been useful.
Now that didn't progress very long. I just want to get to tomorrow so I can try not to have to learn critical race theory.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Hey kid, tell me about Prime.
Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
I need to know what crime is. My head sucks.
Crime is what we were solving before this conversation began.
Okay, crime murder gets the people going.
And it's kind of like a puzzle too. You can guess who the criminal is, or how the good guys are going to catch him. You don't look much like a policeman. Didn't mean to offend, sir.
Come
Sorry,
on.
sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
I used to look exactly like him.
What's that mean?
Cut loose ray cell blow off steam.
And everything's better now, sir?
No.
Why is that?
You'll understand when you're older.
Oh, okay. I shouldn't have said that thing about Dick Mullen. More about books, maybe?
I'm going to keep almost traumatizing this child. Hey old dude, you got anything racist to say?
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabiner do for you?
I saw that statue.
Ah, yes! King Philip III on his steed. A reminder of what Revachol once was.
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule.
How should the true king rule?
Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood.
Should probably take care of his people.
Elysium is only as strong as its leader. That's why it was such madness to try to...
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
The carabiner doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve. No one and nothing can change this man's mind. He is as rigid as they come, still in that antique uniform. It's a symbol for him.
So what was that about cocaine?
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the nobility loved so much. A cocaine connoisseur of sorts. His egocentricity is borderline legendary.
You can't even take the responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the responsibility weighing on the shoulders of a ruler? That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine, for clarity of vision, to aid in their work. Regnum cocainum, Revishal's finest years.
Damn.
Of course. Clarity of vision. Awareness.
Philip III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she was in labor.
You should
And
sleep
it is well
better.
known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, he was able to connect with higher realms.
Damn, bro.
Higher realms. Of course, it all makes sense.
What's that about higher rounds?
It's really not. Please, do spare us the cocaine fairy tales.
Yes, indeed. We're not here to investigate the drug trade of centuries past.
I wanted to know
you can't-
about that.
that's-
Of course.
Philip III was even...
Higher realms. Of course, it all makes sense.
That does seem like your responsible behavior for a monarch.
From what I've seen of the officers of the RCM... But I don't want to get into a debate about drug policies. Right.
Hey, other old man.
Officer, the mere sight of police in Martinez makes me feel safer already. How can I help you?
What are the rules of your game?
Oh, the goal is to throw your bull. As close to the cochonnet as you can. That's the cochonnet.
Tell me more about it.
Well, first, you draw a circle about a half a meter in diameter. We made ours out of rope. Then, the order of play is determined by a coin toss. You win it. You get to throw the cochonnet. Then, the players aim to throw their bulls as close to the cochonnet as possible. They must stay in the circle and keep both feet planted.
Anything else?
I could, but I'd rather not. I don't want to take up your time with trivial details, officer.
Thanks, man.
You'll put that knowledge to good use in 50 years. I'm sure of that, officer.
Thanks.
I don't like where this is going, officer. Don't you think we should do something else now?
No, I want to keep talking.
Hurry up then.
Sure, officer. No, thank you.
Nothing else there. Alright, we got to only a couple hours left to waste. Oh, unless this is actually early enough.
The bed is still cold from the broken window.
Because
and
tomorrow
not
we're
too
getting to that harbor one way or another. We're either going to jump over that edge or we're going to subscribe to a newsletter. But also the other half of the map is going to open up, but you give us a lot of stuff we're waiting
This
for.
coin-operated viewer is This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says your money disappears into the coin slot. A clunk, the ring of metal. The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry, different blues and greens. In the middle of the shimmer stands a drab grey shape, like a ghost.
Let's look closer.
The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure is visible, a half-sunken sea fort, its concrete almost reconquered by nature. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth remains of the anti-aircraft tower. A lonely birch tree grows out of it, its leaves ripped from it by the winter wind.
Hey there.
The little brave birch tree seems to wave back in the wind.
There's some ruins over there.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
All right, that's what we need. Sorry, had a message, I had the truck. Had to check.
Make way for the master poet.
Nothing I need for now. Come on, I just need to pass a little more time.
Is this about the questions again? 'Cause I don't really know anything.
Does Frick have a warehouse?
A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frick does.
Come on, give me something to work with your kid.
She looks up from under her brow.
Fine. Frick doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
The tear machine stands in the corner. Your bottles clunk into the machine.
Oh, I had some bottles. I didn't realize that. Nice free money.
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you?
Well, you should avoid that.
You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss and are on a better footing with the organization.
Okay, let's see if there's anything in my bag I can interact with. Oh, I didn't interact with this yet.
There it is again. The scent of apricots with a touch of cinnamon. Smells like the end of some distant summer. The surface of another planet, or some ancient temple.
Ancient temple?
Yes, from the height of antiquity. A long, long time ago. Millennia ago. On an island of time you can never return to.
End of summer.
The sun sets into the sea, but the water does not boil. Instead, it turns to liquid gold. For a moment, the world's store of precious metals seems to increase dramatically, and you are rich. There is a movement next to you. The shuffle of a small coat, warm like the evening. But when you turn toward it, there's nothing there.
Where did it go?
Why are you talking to a gun wrapper?
Time to take a snooze.
Bitter, citrus, sweet. It seems to grow stronger, like a glow, with every breath you take. Whatever petrochemical byproducts they used to create this artificial flavor have bonded tightly to the wrapper. Or is that just your memory filling the gaps? Until a blossom of skin and flower petals erupts behind your closed eyes. Made of toffee, cream, and distance. You just had to take a dive. Feels so familiar.
Well, I've learned something else I shouldn't have. Let's study these tattoos.
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso of the hanged man, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time the lines intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. It still kind of looks like a map of the stars in the night sky, but something's not right.
What's the meaning of this?
For you to discover. You've gotten as far as you will without assistance. Someone close to the victim might know. Someone who knows about history could tell you.
Who are you?
Gone.
Okay, nothing else you sweat of that.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip, then made complete by the
Time
faint
to sniff
smell
it.
of you rot. The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat, the stuff of death itself, and then sprinkled liberally with the citrus zest of toilet cleaner.
Nice.
Arson, petty theft, spousal abuse, handwritten logs on dozens of You don't exactly close them.
Nothing new.
So much as distance It takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Murder. Beaten to death, Joseph
Going to
Mills
quickly skip
did
through
know.
a little bit of stuff
Okay,
here.
So the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. Yeah, really lame. No one and Mills has it. See? You can't even read the thing without smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe.
Yeah, that's
Anyway,
passing time pretty
that
quickly.
was murder at some assholes brought their couch outside. Yes, as you said here. Insufferable rock and roll assholes. They were leaving cigarette butts. No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is not much has changed.
All right, there we go. That's most of the time we needed a pass. Just sit there, assassin some keys in your brain for an hour. Sassying some teens. Close enough.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. Oh yes, that door. Sure. No, I don't. Awesome.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. He looks at the dust on his finger and wipes it off.
Yes.
All right, is now late enough, or do I need to power through one more case?
The bed is still cold.
Not yet.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. It
Time to
takes about
force
half
another
an hour
time
to-
passage.
It would be. That's all. Who knows? Don't worry. One day you may still. Not much has changed.
There we go.
The bed is still cold from the broken window.
Yes?
Come on, it's time. I think it was 21. That's supposed to be the time you're able to go to sleep. I'll reread the hookah story if you make me. There we go.
The bed is still cold. The bed is still cold from the wind
Just
blowing
needed
in
to reload
from
the area.
window. The mattress creaks as you close your eyes and try your hardest to fall asleep.
Here we are again, my broken bird. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always half aware of yourself.
Fuck you, limbic system.
You're not cooperating, brother man.
Why?
It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
That pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. As for your kidneys, you've really been compounding the damage lately. Every cell in your body is moaning in agony, asking, what did we ever do to you?
I'm sorry, cells.
Now, you're finally thinking about something other than yourself. Let's see how far that'll get you.
I have an artist and liver damage is my art.
Oh yeah, baby. Frame your suffering as a masterpiece. Only one problem. No one's watching. It's boring, buddy. Boring as death.
I know, right?
You're just stuck here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people. Really looking. But why would you want to start doing that?
I'm looking at other people all the time. I like them.
Sure you do. They're all so friendly, aren't they?
Some of them.
Some of them are. Some of them are nice. Others are scared. At least they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours, running in the space between their ears, full of secrets.
Hell yeah.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts! You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
Let it. Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings. Rock and roll.
Hell yeah. You're not going to beat me, limbic system.
Why does art inspire you so much?
It does, but what is art?
Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity. It's an expression of imagination and technical technical skill. Additionally, it's history, criticism, and pure enjoyment. In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative, emotion, and agency intertwined.
Would I fit into the art world?
Have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic, with that beard and those clothes, disheveled and prophetic. Perhaps you should try to critique architecture too.
I guess I have been feeling critical lately.
Yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real, living art here. Become the art cop. Half art critic, half cop.
Let's do it. But first let's ask a question.
Quit being so indecisive. What are you going for here? Some kind of indecisive and camp aesthetic now? Strike a bold shape here. Go art or go home.
We are going to become the art cop.
Exactly. It's not only your duty to only catch the criminals off the street, you must also apprehend criminals of the printing press and the gallery, the trite and derivative artists and writers of the world.
Hell yeah. I'm going to have opinions about Easter guys.
Go ahead and provide savage criticisms.
Close enough.
Cop. The world is yours to rip to pieces and reassemble.
Hell yeah. Now I need more points yet. I have a lot of things to research. I also have to upgrade my software. Yes. Good morning. Let's see if the other side's opened up yet.
A rusting control panel. Grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the metal connects against the contact pins, you hear a loud clunk. Then, the water lock starts moving.
Hell yeah.
Okay, if we ever need to get to the coast, then this is the way. But please, contain your wanderlust for now. I don't want us to get sidetracked, but with everything that's going on.
Focus on one thing, achieve it, then the next, he thinks. That's the task chain.
Fuck that. You think I'm an organized person? No. It is I the art car. Hard cop too. But speaking of cars, we have to check that. Come on. Well, that's a car all right. Surrounded by booze bottles, so I wonder whose car this is.
A banged-up motor carriage lies half-submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain visible. It must be cold and lonely down there, in the icy water. That rebel who jumped the canal and broke the waterlock, this is their doing.
This is where that rebel ended up.
No, not so daring at all.
Time to investigate.
I agree. We should definitely investigate.
You get a sudden, sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water. Why the doom and gloom? It's just a sunken motor carriage. Some motor carriages are bound to end up in the sea.
Let's check out the cold metal.
The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists.
What's the make of it?
The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see a monkfish float by.
How long has it been here?
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
Looks like someone's journey came to an abrupt end here.
Your mocking tone finds no response, but the motion of the waves.
Did you say something?
I did not. But I'd say it has been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
What should we do?
Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside.
Great idea. Then we can get the things inside. The joyrider must have left something good inside. Guns, papers, maybe a cool jacket. A joyrider jacket. A joyrider jacket. You feel a strange connection to this joyrider. Maybe he's from some kind of joyriders district and likes blue and white racing livery, like a cop would.
How long will it take?
I don't know. An hour or two, tops?
Well, let's wait.
As you sit down in the old, rusty playground, the world around you becomes very silent.
I love them both just sitting on the swings.
Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea.
Time to whistle.
Spit flies from your mouth to your moustache, your chest, the ground before you. No sound though.
I failed an 80% rule.
Raining heavily here, Chief. Mind keeping it down a bit?
The lieutenant must think it's rather funny. He smiles and quickly turns away.
I can't whistle.
Just keep at it. It will come to you.
He's gloating at you. Oh, it's so easy for Mr. Teacher. With his lips puckered, the lieutenant lets out a beautiful, melodic trill that puts even the insulindic thrush to shame. You hear the sound echo on the large body of water. Clouds race across the spring sky, and suddenly you just feel better about
I love
everything.
These two, they're great.
Okay. That's way better than what you did. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
Would you rather sit on Ant Hill for an hour or stand in the river of leeches?
Well, historically, leeches have been used to prevent and even cure many ailments.
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
Some of them might be I don't know, but I love it. Who would you choose in this side?
Luckily, I am already a member of an independent organization, and therefore do not have to choose between a rock and a hard place.
But gun dear head.
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment.
He refuses to
30
answer.
more minutes pass.
Can you make out the mark now?
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived. I find it odd that you haven't. It's a Coupris, Model 40. It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men, government offices, firefighters, animal control people, you know, those kinds of people.
Well, let's take a
Yes,
look.
41. What do you think it stands for?
Does he know something about that speed racer?
I like that all of these bullshit answers I guess you getting silly, but then the one that obvious is you getting a headache.
A precinct, yes. A police precinct. Precinct 41, your precinct.
A massive pit
Shit.
opens up in your stomach, and the most terrible feeling comes over you. No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
I drove my car into the sea.
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you drove your police motor carriage into the sea, after you jumped across the canal.
Maybe I was in pursuit of someone.
Of whom? I don't think so. If anything, you were probably drunk.
How do we get it out?
Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point.
So it's just going to be there like that.
I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall, this machine is a write-off.
I can still fix it.
That is very unlikely. All the electrics are toast. That goes for the electromagnetic steering and brake systems as well. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few months, there will be nothing but rust left of this vehicle. It'll be cheaper to buy a new one. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this.
This is a disaster.
Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my kinema.
This was 20% of the station's vehicular budget.
I wanted it to be someone else. They're not going to take me back after this, are they?
People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly.
Man, I suck.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and doesn't say anything. There is also a 4th thing you've lost.
A 4th thing.
More precious than the gun, the badge, and the motor carriage combined. Lost forever into the deepest of seas.
Well, let's see what we left in there.
Yes, let's go take a look.
Oh no, I've unlocked the dark thought. Oh, this one doesn't even get a narration. You have to read it yourself. A hammer. And the little guy gets smaller and smaller as you rise above the dollhouse world. You see him out in the snow, on the streets, in the shop on the corner, and finally in a matchbox house. Sitting by the window, white flowers on the windowsill. You can smell them from up here, it's awful. A white morning. A modern death. Divorce or something similar. All you could do is put more distance between you and him, make him smaller, make him less you. You can now zoom out further because you want to get distant from your character. That's hilarious. And extremely dark. Oh, I found my batch. And a coat. Actually a pretty quality coat. By some pretty good stats, honestly. Alright, let's take a look.
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back.
Found my batch.
At least something good came out of all this.
Let's study it.
Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and, in the lower right corner, your precinct.
Let's look at the picture.
The man keeps winking at you with his green-grey eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that, but the badge is new. You used an old photo for a new badge. Good choice. A newer photo would look different.
How old?
8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns.
And he's winking, why?
What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it did on you. It looks like you had quite the charming face way back then. Your hair is brown and slightly curly. Your eyes seem more clear somehow. The lack of alcohol swelling is a bonus, though there's a pinch of that in your cheeks already. Don't be fooled. The bad times have already begun. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it, and a shining watermark.
Name Javier Dubois. Yet it is, I love it.
Harrier Dubois. It suits you. I'm going to call you Harry, since it's short for Harrier.
No, he's not. He's going to keep calling you officer when he's angry with you, and detective when he's not.
Strange it doesn't say Raphael Ambrosius Casto.
Not strange at all. Your name is Harrier Dubois, like it says on your police badge.
What kind of name is Harrier?
It's a wartime name, revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times, like Undying or Boxer or Ironhide.
A name like armor.
I'll accept it.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
The badge in your hands shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information.
A rank.
Lieutenant W. Freighter.
What is that?
The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant.
And the other part?
The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're W. Freighter.
Damn, I was actually confident once, it seems like.
There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's decomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant.
Fair enough.
Heavy-duty case-solving machine.
What is a decantage?
Decomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol Citizens Militia. It means counting down to twos.
The countdown is modeled after the dual leadership system employed by the left during the revolution, which in turn was developed by last century experimental psychologists in the University of Königstein.
The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, and then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kings.
Like what?
Kings like satellite officers and the additional freighter rank I already explained.
The long and short of it is, you're his superior.
What is a satellite officer?
You are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite.
They even putting up with my bullshit cause you have to. Cause we're the same rank.
No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good police work.
That is extremely nice of you to say, Kim.
It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
This man is way more nice than I deserve.
He trusts you, for now. Try not to spoil it.
I thought my rank was drunk.
Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and this leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary.
Thanks, that gives me hope.
Good.
My man Kim, he's too good for this world.
Such a small yet precious thing. Expensive paper caught between thick plastic, like a fly in amber. It reads.
The serial number, I'm guessing that means I'm from Jamrock.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure.
Date of issue?
4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then.
You're pretty sure you weren't doing well. But better? Probably yes. A lot can happen in 4 months. Especially in winter. The winters are never easy on you. Of that you are sure.
I remember that time! That was a good time! We had a good work-drink balance going. What happened, man? Pump it up!
No thank you. Precinct 41.
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41, like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor, a lot of asphalt. The 41st is...
It does, yet Inland Empire is sort of your awareness of things you shouldn't be aware of. while the core is awareness of people like you. And shivers are awareness of the city around you. And they're all so interesting when they start chipping it. Cause they all have such interesting things to say about the world you're dealing with. I love how this game does its inner conversations. It's one of the coolest things I've ever seen in RPG.
It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is.
It's no wonder you are like you are, he thinks. But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiaeva. Roberts, Feuerbach, Dimitri. Suddenly, names from your decomptage flash in your forebrain. And you? Is it an honor to work with you? Don't ask him, ask yourself. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it, and a shining watermark.
We've learned a lot. I'm also going to upgrade this. And we're going to go try another jump. In just a second. See if there's anything in here. Postcard. A bow tie. +2 drama. What type of nuggets did you get? Look at this dork. Look at him. With your eyes. Those are good pics. Let's see if this tie has anything else to say. First though, we are going to go across and try to make our jump. Good job fixing that, boys. I got to take my shoes off to do this. Because they lower my software. Sure, we'll just leave it at that. We are now the Barefoot Hobo Cup.
A tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing.
All right, time for a quarter flip. Don't mind me saving.
Possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing.
No one look. I'm not about to reload so I can avoid learning advanced race theory. That's not what's happening. Just what's that on your wall? Look over at that wall.
Tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing.
Keep looking at that wall.
Nope.
That was really interesting, isn't it? That wall is so neat.
The tarpaulin cloak
You've done
with
cool
possible
things with that
RCM
roll.
markings is still caught on the railing.
I'm sure you got some nice posters up there or something.
Nope.
Maybe some nice anime figures or something. That's a pretty cool wall you've got.
The tarpaulin cloak with possible
You should be
RCM
proud of that
markings
wall.
is still caught on the railing.
But oh no, you're out of wall to look at. Check out the ceiling. That's one hell of a ceiling. You see those shapes in the ceiling?
The tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing.
Yeah, that's some ceiling up there.
Nope.
Just allow yourself to think, dream of what the ceiling could be.
The tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing.
You know what material your ceiling's made out of? That's cool to think about. My ceiling has this crack in it because it wasn't made very well, because it was an addition to the house, but it's fine.
Is still caught on the railing.
It's an interesting feeling, I'll give it that. A ceiling with a lot of character to it.
The tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing. Nope.
Don't worry about it.
The tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still
Let me check
caught
the actual
on the
dice
railing.
roll of this thing that's not happening.
As you leap in the air, a chilly breeze engulfs you, sharpening your senses.
Hey, look back, guess what just happened? That roll we were about to do pass. Oh man, what a great first roll we did. That was so cool. Our man Harrier did amazing. Everyone clap for our man Harrier. Incredible luck on this man.
Ankles tingling from the tension, blood roaring in your ears. You are ready for your rendezvous.
Blah,
with the
blah, blah.
Concrete King.
Blah, blah, blah. Ah, blah, 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 blah.
Let us continue our journey.
As the concrete floor welcomes you, you realize it's been a while since you felt so alive, alert, capable. Must be the adrenaline.
Hell yeah.
I knew you could do it. My climbing down might not have been as disco as your jump, but at least we can explore the harbor now.
We impressed our boyfriend. Hell yeah.
With your feet firmly planted on the concrete, the noise of the harbor rushes back in.
Alright, let's put our shoes back on. Oh, that's a good coat too. Hey, that's good. Two types of extrasensory specialties. I like this coat. Yes, I have that bow tie and it's amazing. Let's get this door unlocked so we don't have to jump again. A book. I'll take that. Typewriter. Every worker member of the board. Someone left the coffee machine on.
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
Let's see what's inside, he thinks.
I love that Kim is also down with being a bit of a goblin. Must check.
The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders.
Let's take a look.
Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara. And the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold.
I also do. He's our straight men, but he isn't going to be too much of one. He's not a stick in the mud, he's just serious when he needs to be, which is a good balance. Let's see if there's anything interesting in here.
It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry.
My position is not so weak.
Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten note stuck on the side of the drawer.
Let's take a look.
It appears to be a to-do list written in large, uneven capital letters.
Oh yes, I completely agree. The fact that he trusts that we're doing our job now that we're on it is great. And to be fair, we're just a mess.
Remember, Leo, Everard's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everard's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out and the note itself is crumpled.
He is great, he's my favorite character. Look, Kim, a to-do note list.
Everard Clare, probably. The head of the Debarders Union. One of his aides must have left it. Nothing incriminating here.
The special borscht seems a bit odd in the list. Remember, Leo, Everard, all items on the list have been crossed out. The drawer slides shut smoothly.
Alright, we got what we need there, let's look around more. Keep stealing. Whose glasses? Our drama is pretty high, we could take a hit if we want. Don't need to, but I'll keep those around at least. Well, actually I did just take off my bonus to visual calculus, so I'll put these on.
The file cabinet stands steady at hundreds and the same material. You already went through all of these. The drawer slides.
Just wanted to check something. Alright, let's go talk to the Union.
Numerous empty wine bottles glisten in the rain. Someone partied really hard here.
How hard?
Well, they went through 6 bottles of potent Pilsner, 3 bottles of Commodore Red, and almost 4 packs of cigarettes. It must have been pretty hard.
Was this me?
Well, yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you.
I must have been pretty miserable.
Yes, this scene isn't exactly ripping with joy. Let's just move on.
Yeah.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud.
Alright, let's take a look.
If you must. But please hurry, we are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table.
Must take a look again.
It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, René, is dressed in a Royal Carabinieri uniform. The girl is young and very pretty. She is smiling playfully at the camera. René looks like he's about to smile. This photo must be tied to some good memories.
Why did you take that picture of René?
I'm going to talk to him about it.
You're really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand your fascination, but sure, as long as it doesn't take up a whole lot of time.
I'm more interested in just dialogue trees in general. This is an interesting area. All right. Let's go talk to the boss. Let me get the right clothes for this. Let's see, what do I want to increase? Probably suggestion. I imagine that would be useful. Let's get rid of our minus a suggestion at least. Make us look like even more of a mess. Big sneeze. Our mess level is increasing. Look at us. I think we're about as geared up as we can be. But let me just take one last look. Okay. I think we're ready for the second boss.
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you. A typical power play. Wait for him to speak first. Show him you've got a backbone.
Let's tear them down.
The one good eye of this man fills you up without even flickering. The other, his lazy eye, is constantly moving like a goldfish in a tank.
It is.
Amblyopia, a childhood condition. For a moment, you don't know where to look. It is unbearably humid in the trailer. Beads of sweat slide down the man's forehead.
I'm not going to stop staring.
At first, nothing happens. His face wears a wide and self-satisfied smile. Every now and then, he smacks his big lips. Like a general over his maps, he plots his moves. Judging by the way he's licking his chops, it's going to be a good one.
So, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi, how nice that you found a moment to pay a visit to the Debarders Union. I'm Everard Clare, head of this little operation here. Please, have a seat.
The folding chair looks like a torture device. Extremely uncomfortable.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best.
I'd rather stand.
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner as equals. Take a seat. I insist.
He's trying to throw you off your game, thinking you don't know your name. But you do. So the joke's on him. Ha ha.
First of all, you can call me Harry.
Excellent, Harry. Of course, that's your name. What else could it be? Now, please, have a seat.
He's playing it cool, but he knows his ploy didn't work.
I don't sit, it's kind of my thing.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions. I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage with any man who won't face me at eye level. Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our conversation. But until then, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave.
Don't give up, but don't leave either. You're going to have this conversation on your terms. You just need to remain headstrong.
So if you failed this volition check, you automatically chicken out and sit down. But we aren't that kind of loser. We ain't given up. Also, hello there. Nice to see you.
Everard starts whistling a little worker song. He really is trying to ignore you, or will you out of existence.
Hello, this isn't exactly my first time playing disco, but this is a completely different bill than I've played last time. We shall send strong. Stand strong even.
The lieutenant stands right next to you, not showing any signs of impatience or boredom.
I see you are an extremely stubborn man, Mr. Dubois. That ain't necessarily a bad thing.
You did it. This might help against whatever comes next.
Hell yeah.
So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today? Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense.
He points to a giant novelty check on his desk. It's absolutely comically huge.
It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager.
That's pretty funny.
Take it.
Hey, that's 25 real. That's good money. Think of all the stuff you could.
I think I'm good. I don't need a bribe. Also, my TDS broke for a sec.
Okay, okay. I respect a man with principles. No handouts, then. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun.
I found almost everything else so far, at least.
The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun. When he said, "Don't worry," he actually meant, be very worried.
I'm not worried.
Are you all right, Harry? You say you got this, but you seem a little anxious to me. Don't be. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
Don't panic.
Who does this guy think you are? Ronnie the Rookie?
I did it.
You ain't worried about no lost
Hell
gun
yeah.
or unpaid bill or forgotten name. You're the bad cop. You're probably more corrupt than him.
Relax, loosen up, get comfortable.
You cross your legs and yawn. The fat man does the same, sinking deeper into his chair than one would think is physically possible. He seems to be enjoying your little display. Good. Now lean in with some corruption.
Oh, I see. Everything kept lagging up, and it's 'cause I had a wikia open from last night that has been eating about 10 GB of memory in the background. Thanks wikia, stay. I like you.
That we do, Harry. Let them say what they will about you and me. We're both born fighters.
Nice bit with the chair, by the way.
Why, thank you. It's always nice when a fellow professional appreciates your work.
That's it. Now kick back and add a final flourish for dignity.
Thanks for your hospitality. Feel free to visit me down at the station anytime.
You strike me as a reasonable man, Harry. I like that in a lawman. Let's cut to the chase, shall we? What can Everard Clare do for you?
I think we'd like to ask you a few questions. Don't you think so, Detective?
Questions will show him who's boss.
I do think so. Let's start with this.
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to discuss it with you. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me.
I sent a butt.
But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to
True.
talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines. Incredibly talented at opening doors.
Okay, Marie, door opening machines.
I'm not sure I understand. If you're asking us to break down someone's door, it's not going to happen.
Come now. I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave it unlocked. A simple thing. Absolutely nothing shady about it.
That sounds intensely shady.
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then, should you wish, bend his efforts towards your own.
Why don't you just open it yourself?
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry?
Whose door is it?
Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about.
Elaborate.
A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly. Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you.
I mean. I could manipulate the situation and find out who's inside.
Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and we can take our friendship to the next level. You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door.
Oh no, I'm going to fuck with your plan. So tell me about drugs.
What? Harry, how could you say that to me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any jolly fat guy, but I can't take slander. Are you actually investigating this?
The reaction appears to be sincere, but it's impossible to tell with this guy, honestly.
No, I'm not lie.
You've hurt me, Harry. Me, a friend. But you know what? I trust you, like I trust all my friends. And I know you'll never talk to me about this again, because you don't want to wound me. So do what you want, and let's change the subject.
Thank you for your understanding. We will continue to do what we must.
You too, Lieutenant. You know, I like you, but you never were my favorite. I'm a Harry guy. I'm Team Harry.
He is so full of shit.
None taken. Did we have anything else to do here, Harry?
Aren't you going to ask me how I got in?
Harry, honestly, I'm just relieved you didn't get a hernia. A man your age...
What are you implying? I'm at the peak of my abilities.
You did look like you were gonna collapse and die when I told you about your lost gun. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it.
How do I know? How do you know my name, that is?
Oh, I know everything about you, Harry. I have a big fat folder on you. Very juicy stuff. And the word on the street is your memory is a bit... hazy. If that's true, maybe I can help you out. Do you a little favor, so to speak.
All right, tell me what you know.
I assure you, there's nothing to be ashamed of, Harry. You're among friends, and the good news is, my big fat folder is ready to serve. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Maybe my fat folder and I can help you out. Do you a little favor of sorts.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Harry has some questions he needs answers to.
Asking too many questions will make you look weak. You should maybe focus on the folder. Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first.
What kind of cop does it say I am?
Well, Harry, if I were to sum you up in one word, it would be apologetic.
What? I'm not apologetic, I'm confident.
Well, you sure come off as very confident in all our interactions, Harry. You're a real man's man.
As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real RCM folder. It's just another one of those brown folders you saw in the file cabinet.
That's not a nurse folder. RCM letters.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt. You should do something about them.
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your actions here in Martinez.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now I'm actually a very busy man. So is there anything else I can do for you, Harry?
That means he doesn't really know anything about you.
Saw through your bullshit, loser.
A pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being.
So the Census Bureau says my name is Harry Dubois.
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on. Wait. You need this
Let's
to get
leave.
in and out through the gate.
I'll take it.
Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white Union man. Take care, Harry.
Thanks. Now let's go find out who he wants to intimidate. I think he has the lazy eye end. Between them, I mean. But I might be wrong.
So, how'd you like our harbor?
Pretty cool.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk.
Any idea who killed the guy?
The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing?
He was hanged with a very specific type of cargo belt, one often used in heavy transport areas like harbors.
What a thought! Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Unless they were pushed, of course.
Push towel.
Your dead guy was an enemy combatant.
What does that mean?
He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts.
Did you kill him?
I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men, with all sorts of skills.
He's not lying about not doing it himself.
Understood. This has been of limited use. Still, thank you.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search. Sure, I'm glad it's not my search.
You have a key for me.
A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open?
I was hoping you could tell me.
Of course. I got you. You don't know anything. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say.
I'm not opening the store for myself, I'm opening it for all working men.
I know what you're looking for is a basement door behind the
What's
greenhouse.
wrong button?
That's behind the whirling in rags. That's all I know.
Accidentally
Our
double-clicked.
organization is what you call compartmentalized. Means we keep out of each other's business.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly matter. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess.
Anything else I should know about this?
I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are, what we are fighting for.
Who he is, and what they're fighting for. This is interesting.
Why are you striking?
We're negotiating our share.
Door share.
Aye.
How large of a share would you like?
All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board, so they could take part in the decision-making process.
Are you a communist?
No. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value and saying I want it all to myself is a much older and simpler notion. No science to it at all.
Fair enough.
Even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't.
Fair enough, bro.
Just the way the world works, boyadero.
The boss man, what can you tell him about? Tell me about him, that is.
I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. In my eyes, he is a capable organizer and a decent businessman.
What does bossing it mean?
I guess you kind of get to be the village chief. He oversees the harbor, makes deals with the owners or other relevant parties, watches out for his own.
By that, you mean corruption?
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disordered world, see? And in this world, the old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. He is, personally, not too lavish.
That seems pretty lavish.
He is reasonably lavish, sure. That's his prerogative. It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt motherfucker. That would be a manipulative illusion.
Honestly, fair enough. He's corrupt, but he wears it on his sleeve. In a way, I can respect that.
Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway. And moralism is the most corrupt of them all.
Not you, you would like to say. But then there's that weasel door.
You seem to have spent a lot of time thinking about the situation.
Sure. I've had the necessary free time. Fortunately, there's always time.
The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. For him, having command of his time is the most important thing. It all comes together now. The way he speaks about scabs, his general attitude. He's a follower of a 500-year-old Franco-Nigerian Boyadero code, itself an appropriation of Vespertine cool. That of a noble peasant or a traveling herdsman. True to yourself, independent in your actions, loyal to your friends.
I don't think I'm a cowboy. That's not disco.
The man sits on the railing, his hands reaching far and wide. Yet it feels as if he could, effortlessly, go even wider, if need be, an endless torrent of time.
Know anything about the Hardy Boys?
Los Hardys? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you.
Is he actually comparing you, an officer of the law, to some neighborhood vigilantes?
Let it go.
The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coastal breeze ruffles his hair.
Thanks for the help. All right, let's go find who they wanted to stab at the apartment. Which door? Let's see. Guess it's not an actual item. Hi, I see. Over here.
This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air, and there's a knocker shaped like a lion's head.
Let's listen.
The leather upholstery is worn and rough against your jaw. You don't hear any movement.
Let's knock.
You knock silently. The upholstery muffles the sound. No response comes from the apartment.
I guess no one is in?
So what your thoughts?
Let's be honest. This isn't what I joined the RCM for, but every day tells you something new about yourself. Apparently, working with the local union boss to get info on an investigation is not something I'm squeamish about.
So you don't mind if I unlock the door?
If the Merc Tribunal happens before we solve this, we are looking at casualties. What's one unlocked door compared to that? On the other hand, we could just leave and tell Evrart we opened the door. No one seems to be tailing us to see if we actually did it.
That's an option.
Yes. Presenting a fabrication is known to get results here and there. You took this task. You make the call.
Just a second to get a drink. Do I still have any over here? I do. Hydration is important.
The door is right here. You can just open it and be done with this. Besides, if you never open it, you're never gonna find out what's behind the door. I don't know.
It's true.
You're a pretty good liar. Are you as good an infiltrator as you are a liar? You try to be as silent as you can.
I have to
It takes
take
a bit
a
of
look.
rattling of the handle to loosen the bolt. Finally, the door unlocks with a small clack. Thoughts race through your head. Well, buddy, you opened it. No need to go inside. It would be rude. Only curiosity could account for stepping over that threshold. Maybe there's treasure in there. A white alligator. A fountain of quicksilver.
Oh, I'm going in there. You couldn't stop me.
This is the flag of Revachol, the suzerainty.
What's with the sun?
This isn't just one sun, but there are little suns dancing around the big sun. This is the sevenfold sun miracle.
What's that?
It's an optical atmospheric anomaly the first settlers saw. Happens in cold weather. 6 small suns around the big one. This complex halo phenomena is how old Revachol got its flag. It is but one of the many strange optic atmospheric phenomenon of this wondrous archipelago. You're sure you once saw sundogs in your youth, and blue flares.
Yo, check it.
Mm-hmm. The tenant is an old-fashioned guy.
The flag doesn't seem to mind. It's just a colorful fabric with a sun sewn onto it. Like all feudal flags, it looks like a children's drawing.
Rude. But valid. I'm stealing your shirt.
A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human figure. A dark-skinned woman grinning amidst mysterious symbols. A broad-shouldered man shoveling potatoes, and others.
Tap tap.
A little ring. Though cheerful, the images on the ceramic make you vaguely uncomfortable. The images betray a lack of interest in human beings. They are merely unflattering caricatures.
What do I mean uncomfortable?
The owner of these mugs doesn't like people of other ethnicities very much.
Fuck them.
This person is unhappy. The lieutenant picks up one of the mugs, then puts it back down with a look of disdain.
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment.
Let's get out of here. I stole his shirt, Ms. Magnesium. My job here is done. God, look at this dork. I just need an extra dorky hat. But I think it's especially funny that I'm wearing skinny jeans with this outfit. That's a great look. Look how fashionable I am. Alright, let's get back to the weasel. Oops, MR thought. Mistake. Close enough. Let's head in and have a nice chat.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always.
Oh, I bet he's still fuming internally due to your no-sitting escapades. He doesn't like to lose a battle of will.
Alright, I did the thing.
I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you?
He's trying to figure out if you're lying. There is no way to sway this man in any direction. He is unsuggestible and unswayable. Just tell the truth.
I might have gone inside and seen a collective racist mugs. Collection of.
Just as I thought. Culturally antiquated mug collection. What a weasel. Pissing on Everart's Rainbow Coalition.
He was testing you, and you succeeded.
Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good.
All right, tell me.
By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps.
I'm listening.
Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire?
I mean, even if this guy sucks, that's a really bad look. Even me playing as a leftist this game, oh boy, that's a bad look. Well, especially as that is.
I'm talking beasts, hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramaritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry.
Not at all a real-world reference.
Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant.
You have an elephant.
No, Harry, the elephant is metaphorical and so is the village, but the mercs and their brutality are very real.
Okay, go on.
Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container.
They move it?
Yes. I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually very fun. You should try it.
Bro, you got to work out.
But enough about me and my fun container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees.
By negotiator, you mean Joyce?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill.
So everyone's in on it?
Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions, rowing club people, ex-coal miners, tough guys, all ready to spring
I already
into
know
action
who
for
it
their
is. I'm
home
going
base.
to let him talk. So who did the pushing?
There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly.
Sounds legit.
That sounds a bit like organized crime.
They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow.
Again, that sounds like organized crime.
So these idealists killed our victim?
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land."
That's a way to put it.
He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
If he's just boasting, then it sure doesn't feel like that to you. He's not worried.
Probably. But it is I. The communist hero of these lands.
He places a lot of faith in that lawyer girl. Perhaps this is a tactical error. Anyway.
How do you know about the mercenaries?
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company, after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
Well, we know they were.
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes.
The name of the company is Cornell this time.
Of course. You're always one step ahead of me, Harry. I'm no genius. I'm in this position because people like me.
How honest do I want to be with him? At the moment, stopping a massacre is kind of my main focus, but they might trigger one by acting incorrectly. I'll be honest in this case.
Tribunal? That sounds serious, Harry. We Union men should be shitting ourselves. I wish you hadn't told me that. I'm gonna lose sleep over this. Let's change the subject.
He's clearly happy about the tribunal.
You don't seem to worry about it.
Oh, Harry, what do I really think about the tribunal? You're trying to climb to second base with old Everard before you've even courted him properly.
He wants you to do more things for him before.
All right, tell me about the lawyer.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal.
Tell me about the boys.
Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members, always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Core members. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative.
Interesting. Who's second in command?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Martinez and Revachol in mind. Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order on the streets.
I do like most of those things. I'm not much of a drinker though. Can you tell them to cooperate, please?
But of course! It's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right after we've concluded this talk.
You can now go and tell Titus about this. See what he has to say.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real.
Why are you giving it to me?
I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding out 5 real.
Needless to say, this is another move. Don't take it.
Don't need it, thanks.
Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. but I'm willing to share information. Was there anything else?
I like that as a line for a failed bribe. I wasn't offering the money to you, I'm just holding it.
Was it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet.
My eyes are rolling.
Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
Buddy. I promise you. Both Harry and me are more less than you are. Left even.
A man of the left. So you have to be a social democrat. He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
Hell yeah, exactly what I wanted to say. But I love how awful all the answers are. I'm a money engineer is pretty good. He's neither left nor right but forward. But no. You cannot out-left me, Evert. None of you can. I'm going to take over this town. And start the revolution. Nothing you do can stop me.
You're saying it, but I don't believe you. You know how it is, company snitches, agent provocateurs everywhere. I'm barricaded in this fortress of mine, and I need to get a message out. Will you help me?
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
What are the signatures for?
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martinez. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off drugs and on roller skates.
That's a pretty funny answer.
There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry.
Where is this place?
On the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it. A gloomy place. You'll find it. I trust your detective skills, Harry.
What will happen to the occupants?
They are just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie.
Kim, what do you
It
think?
depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
But, he thinks, it's your call.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm gonna hand you the keys to Martinez, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing.
Fine.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here, you need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I heard there was some trouble with the water lock, but it should be fixed now. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then I'll know you're a solid socialist. See you soon, Debarder. Just kidding, but not too much.
I hate this man. And I am going to take a look at that envelope. Oh, I should also unlock another slot. It's art time. Yet it's another couple type. The worst one. The most savage and brutal. The art cop. Nothing is good enough for him. Everything is shit. You have to employ an armada of adjectives to depict and demean the mediocrity of the works and visual institutions around you. Really flex that critical muscle. Until the vocabulary for punishing mediocrity becomes second nature. Here we go. It's time to watch Isekai anime. Alright, let's go across the river and go do more work over there. Let's also talk to the boys now that the boss should have done something about them. Let's see if he
I've got
has.
nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
Looks like the circus
Well,
left
she's
town,
still being rude.
but the clowns are still here.
I talked to Mr. Everett.
Oh, so you went and talked to my mommy, and now she's making me play with you. Is that it, lawman?
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You gonna go and tell on us?
Buddy.
You gonna let him talk to me like that, Titus?
Let's see. Yeah, I guess I am, you big pussy. The old man sent word you'd be around again. That's the reason I'm being so forthcoming with you. Don't wear it out.
I guess I still have to bully him into listening later. I'll put on some authoritative clothes later. What assholes. Seriously. Who could see this man walking up to them holding a pry bar and not talk instantly? This is a man you don't fuck with. Hell yeah, I'll take some music.
Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. The wind whistles through the skeleton of the small house behind you. There's desolation everywhere. Yet someone used to live here, laugh here. Thought it was a good idea to build a swing, even.
What happened here?
In this yard? Someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscur, for cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned it about a decade ago.
What is that?
A black bloc, a part of the city left unrenovated after the war, or one that has fallen to gang violence, or has become inhospitable in some other way.
On aerial photos, block obscures look like dark squares, hence their name.
So that's what this is.
Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drunks. Life is tough in the blocks. It's no place to build a summer house.
At least they left some music behind.
Yes, and you picked it up as part of the Jamrock Shuffle.
I sure did.
It's not meant as nagging, just an observation.
We should move. I don't think we will solve the murder with forays into the urban hinterland, at least in this phase of the investigation.
Sure enough, man. Oops, me something over here. Missed, that is. Hell yeah, I'll take some plastic. Anything in here? Doesn't look like. Hell yeah, I'll take some more glasses. Yeah, that's the good shit. Now I'm even cooler. Look at how cool this man is. You cannot stop me how cool I am. This is what peak male performance looks like. You might not like it, but it's true.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
Oh yeah, I forgot to look at the letter.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Let's take a look.
The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street and the square between the existing houses. It's...
Let's pump up our logic. Then try that again. We are doing that with lowered logic. Do you have anything else? Nope. Okay, let's try that again.
Out of the youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street and the square between the existing houses. It's 3 stories tall.
That's a pretty big youth center. Kim, what do you think?
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not a perfect solution, but...
There is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door. Once the construction starts, it'll probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this. After that, they'll sell their property for cheap and move out.
I should have seen it.
That's pretty rough.
Evrard probably has eyes on us, but we could try to get other people to sign this instead of those listed. Or you could forge their signatures yourself. By the time he finds out, we'll already be gone.
We'll see what people have to say about this. Trash. I need trash. You don't got any trash. Hell yeah, I found some trash.
Hi, officer.
How a sword, you say?
Anything I can help you with?
What's your name?
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions. What are the other ones?
Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice.
That's a pretty cool sword right there.
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks mostly.
Do you know how to use it?
Not really. I know some basic moves, and I know it sure as hell beats a knife when you're in a tough spot.
It's pretty imposing.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation.
Waves. What do you need it for?
From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
Why don't more women arm themselves?
What makes you think we haven't? The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid and too dull for that. That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that.
Behold.
Not bad.
Hey, how do I look, buddy?
Sure. It looks as if you could face down any horror in the world with that same unchanging grin. It's like a shield.
So where is everyone?
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying.
Why?
Guess I enjoyed the way he bled.
If it is, then why the melancholy?
Where is he now?
Gone.
Don where?
To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago.
Damn.
He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later.
Damn.
Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
Got to move forward.
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her.
Fair enough.
She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Wow. So what are you doing around here?
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff.
That's enough to make a living.
Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
This is what is called a conversation. You don't have to be guarded right now.
What have you found?
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
I can't help it. I have to know about the mine.
Well, the RCM has to wait for another one, 'cause some army folks came by, took it in the middle of the bay and blew it up. The blast was surprisingly timid for such a huge spiky thing.
That your skiff?
Sure is. The Sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
Sunny days, you say?
Aye. Sunny days. You got a problem with that?
No, ma'am. We have no quarrel with sunny days.
Good. It would have been bad news had it turned out it wasn't a sunny day. Bad news for the skiff, bad news for the nets, bad news for the kids.
There's a moment's silence. She looks at the slushy snow melt on the yellow belly of the boat.
When do you think the boat will be ready?
In time, when the sea turns and the winds settle, she will be ready. Let's see. Who are you looking for?
I'm looking for a missing cryptozoologist first.
I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate?
People who look for animals mainstream scientists deny exists.
Aha! Like snowmen.
Don't think I've heard of those.
Two odd guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like.
The like?
Right. Not only snowmen, also green men, monkey men burning rhinos. You get the picture.
Oh, you're getting it. And it is gorgeous.
Where'd they go?
Don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen?
A lost husband.
Yeah, I'm not really looking for that anymore. Not much into the middle class ones either. Could do with some landed gentry, but apparently they don't make those anymore.
Same. But I'm looking for him, not for me.
Wish I could help you with that, but I haven't seen your working class husband. Maybe I can help you find someone else.
She seems genuinely sorry for not being able to help.
Thanks.
Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
Be seeing you. Guess we can't do anything with that. Hell yeah, I'll steal money. Hi there. This is a very French game.
You're not sure about the melody, but it might be South Samaran, possibly Sigayan, also known as the Apricot Suzerainty.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts.
How did you know I was here?
I still have a golden ear. Come, come.
All right, lady.
Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble either.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Fair enough, Grand.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen.
What kind of a woman? Bill Omen.
Oh, the usual.
Close enough.
Dark tidings. Black hound.
That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own heels.
Why isn't anyone told me that?
Maybe they are afraid. Because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then. Because that's the kind of fishing village we've built. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage. And not a lot of houses. Or a lot of people. My kids are long gone. Searching for treasure. So are others. Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us?
Tell me more about yourself.
Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie. Now it's your turn, Mr.
I'll be honest.
Quite a handle you got there. So many titles. One of them double.
What's further down the coast?
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even.
Why was it abandoned?
Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then.
So, they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church.
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking.
What else?
Well, there's that music. Music from across the sea. It started a few days ago, and now it's blasting, even through the night. And now, suspicious-looking people are sneaking around the church. I don't like that.
Interesting. You could look into this ruckus if you have the time. Perhaps the mysterious music is somehow connected to the case. A Rusalka or a half-demonic Apsara singing.
Hell yeah. What else is down the coast?
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses, empty.
And which is it?
I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. It used to be something. Before the war. I wasn't here then, you know. Was born in Samara.
Anything else of note?
Of note? The old fish market up on the boardwalk. But it's closed. No one. That's why it's closed. It was once a bustling place, back when I was young, and so was everyone else. Now, what catch we do bring in goes straight into a lorry for the Delta or somewhere else.
Anything else?
What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want a development opportunity, you can check out the abandoned building over at Land's End. Used to be a supply depot, we think, sending goods and ammo across the bay. It's jammed shut though. We tried to get in, see if there was anything to sell or scavenge, but it's impossible.
Money, you say?
And now you know everything there is to know about this coast.
What is this village?
Just us. It's barely a village anymore. We almost don't exist.
What do you mean?
This is pretty much a non-place. A gap. A blank spot on the map. Just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street.
The place is so pornographically poor, it's not even funny.
It's got to be something here.
Over there, you can find more of the same. Shacks and trees growing wild. That's the pox.
What's that?
An old military hospital and its surroundings. Or it used to be, during the time of the suzerain. After the war, it was turned into a goodwill hospital for shell-shock veterans and folks looking for some quiet in the old sanatorium gardens. Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets and makeshift cinder block houses, shacks as far as the eye can see.
What happened to the hospital?
The goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone by now.
Who else lives in the village?
Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east, but they're away right now. And then there's the drunks. Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home, even for them. Lillian is tough. Tougher than the men here, at least. If it wasn't for her and the kids, this place wouldn't have a spark of life left. Sooner or later, you'll see for yourself. Don't have to look long to find these guys.
She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
All right, thanks, lady. Time to see if any of these are drunk.
Hey, to
Tequila! Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you?
I guess I'll shake your hand.
So what's happening?
Sup?
Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later.
I have re-entered reality to conquer it, to bend it to my will. I am the law.
That's the spirit. I used to shape reality into my image, a long time ago. Those days are over now. Sadly, things aren't going that well in Idiot Doom's Spiral Land. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
This guy's your buddy. You feel it immediately. You belong to an organization, a fraternity of drunks.
What are you guys do around here?
We are saving the world.
Please! Please don't go! Don't go!
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. So now, it's a pirate's life for me. You too, Tequila.
Fair enough. What about you other people?
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail! Abigail. Don't you fucking call Abigail.
Abigail is his wife or girlfriend. Chances are she's gone. Calling her wouldn't make it any better or worse.
Who are you?
Don't call Abigail! Don't call Abigail!
You know that guy seems to be in trouble.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy?
What deals?
So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine.
Why are they so expensive?
See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture.
I'm listening.
You know, it's funny, actually. What?
What?
This guy.
Conversation might bring a discount, no?
Where you get it from?
Oh, this is medicinal spirits. The good stuff. Got it from the doctor's office. I got one of those scientific ampoules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink. Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go. It was. In a week,
that
the
sounds
goddamn
dangerous.
started giving me all kinds of help. Finally, the missus took me to a private doctor's office. Not a charity, the real thing. Those arseholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all. The idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know what doctors use to preserve dead things. Swipe 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila! What's left is this beautiful blue stuff. 98.7% almost pure alcohol.
Okay. So. I'm pretty sure an ounce of that would kill you if it's what he's saying it is. That is instant liver death.
2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3 real, if you want it. So what do you want then?
His tone is
No,
aggressive.
I'm good.
You're getting on his bad side now.
In the civilized world, it's a custom to tip the shopkeep, friend. But come back anyway.
You do not drink preservation liquid, thank you. I'm not going to steal that kid shit in front of her.
Hello, mister.
Hey kid.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
Yes, I am. Little Lily. You know my mom?
We just met.
That's nice. My mom is great. She's never angry or anything.
What's that?
It's a grouse.
You might be able to get on Gart's good side if you make up for the skewer you broke.
What's it for?
I don't know.
She twirls the furry doll around in the air, giggling happily. All right, you just need to grab it from the ceiling and go.
What's that thing?
It's Lammy. He's my friend. Sort of. Like...
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is missing, and the fur is tattered in several parts.
He looks soft.
Yes. Very soft. Isn't he soft?
You do you, kid.
Bye!
I'm not going to steal your shit. I mostly steal from racists, not nice kids. It would have to be real valuable for me to steal from the nice kids. I mean, I never would. Yet. Never ever. I will steal from the church though.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood. The carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the church itself. Two large beams shoot downwards, sinking into the wood before they reach the threshold. The surface is smooth from the wind, but moist to the touch. The padlock passes through a staple that's been hastily attached to the wood. Closer inspection reveals that one of the screws is not a screw at all, but a nail. The work has been done recently and is unprofessional, to say that. Should you want to get through, it might be
Wrong
easy
button.
to just pry the whole thing off.
But let's do it.
Maybe we should circle the building first and look for another way. The building has seen enough mistreatment.
There is a touch of guilt in his voice.
Okay, where do you think we should start?
Can you hear the pulsing bass underneath the wind? A sure sign of junior delinquency, somewhere east of here.
Okay. I'll listen to him. If he's got an idea, we'll do it. Hi there.
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh, hello there.
Hello there.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She must be freezing.
Yo, where's your hat?
Huh?
You should probably have a hat on.
So should you.
I do.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
You should probably wear one.
Yeah, well... Look man, fuck the hat.
What did she just say? That's not how a civilian is supposed to address an officer of the law.
I'm sorry I said fuck the hat.
Damn kid.
I was concentrating on something else. My whole family swears and it rubbed off on me. Estelle.
What's your name?
Okay, it's Berger.
A very common name. You have little reason to doubt that's her real name. But she's not all that surprised by this cop show questioning, is she?
What you up to?
This is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still. Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone.
What's that?
A contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this ice.
Your mangled brain would like you to know there is a boxer called Contact Mike.
Yeah, what about my wife's name? How about my mother? Why you telling me that?
No. You're welcome.
How does that work?
The mic? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only picks up structure-borne sound, if you like technobabble. Same place I got the recorder from, the Elysium.
What's that?
Oh man, you haven't been to the Elysium? It's the coolest place in this whole drug-addled shithole. It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real musicians. I once saw Arno van Eyck.
Thinking about it really cheers her up. It's a long way from here, though.
Yo, tell me about that. An answer to if you want to continue your fascist run.
Oh yeah, guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck. Or really be a Elysium going kind of person. I'm don't
down.
know what that means.
I grind.
I don't know what that means either.
Nor do I, but I have concrete evidence that I rock in the form of a rectate player in a completely trashed hostel room.
That's cool.
Time has deserted me.
Sucks, man. Was there something else? About the contact mic, perhaps? Okay.
What you doing out here?
Recording, I guess. I think I'm recording cracks in the ice, but there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound.
What happened to the headphones?
My boyfriend sold them.
Why?
I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
A lie. They were probably pawned off for something suspicious.
The musicians in the Palaceum used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain. Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, a music place anyway. I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
She looks at the recording device, the thing she thought would fill her hours with joy and escape. It's turning out to be an empty fantasy. She feels childish, very useless all of a sudden.
Damn kid. Getting a little too real.
Take this, you're cold.
No man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
It's okay.
How about this hat?
Thanks.
Have the hat, kid.
That? The boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not gonna be a Palaceum, that's for sure.
What boys?
Yeah. Andre and the guys, they're inside, in the tent.
And why is that?
Why are you freezing out here?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room. Music stuff mostly. Like this tape recorder, but bigger. And there's piles of it. Yep, they were pretty. I'm sorry we sold those. That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold.
Yo, fuck these guys.
Go ahead. It's supposed to become, like, a club for anodic dance music, like that new style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Palaceum. Except that, yeah.
What's that?
You know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments. Synthesizers and tape consoles, microcomputers too. Anything that uses electricity, but isn't guitars. Also found sounds, stuff like that.
You see clear, beautiful, violent flashes of light. Light cutting through a smoke-filled darkness. That is what the future will look like, if it ever comes.
I know. It's not my idea. Andre and the boys found the place. It was supposed to be deserted, but now they can't even take it. Hey, you two are cops.
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe you could talk to Andre and the guys, because there are some strange things going on in that church. If you're police, you should look into it, right? They're inside that thing there.
All right.
Would be cool if you did. Was there something else?
Did you put the padlock on?
No. Not really, no.
She's trying to get out of a direct lie with semantic tricks. She personally didn't put the padlock on the door.
Okay, who did?
Yeah, you know. That's what I meant. Noid did. Noid put the padlock on the door.
Is that your friend?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Why?
To keep more weirdos from getting in. Fucking Martinez. I'm sorry. It's got the worst weirdos. If you get around to it, ask Andre about them, he'll tell ya.
All right then.
Go ahead.
You think surprisingly comfortable with this?
Well, it's just questioning, right? You're just questioning me. It's what cops do.
Fast and clean, a good one. Can't quite say it's a lie, but it feels like one. She's better at lying than she'd like everyone to know.
Once or twice, yeah. I'm sorry I haven't had the Revachol experience they get east of the river.
What's east?
Rich people. Rich people are east of the river. Aren't they? I thought they were as vachalaire as any of us, just way richer.
Wrong button for me that.
Maybe you're right. Most of them do speak 3 languages.
It's fine, I was just a little fascist for a moment. I was thinking that was they were from another part of the city, not they were foreign Jews.
The usual. I had a shitty run as a teenager. You know, drinking, getting into fights. The ugly stuff that happens when you move out your parents' place at 13. In Forberg.
Interesting term. Time to glean some knowledge.
What's that?
Is this a rhetorical question?
No.
Forberg, not in Forberg, is a massive banlieue south of Jamrock Quarter. It is the largest ghetto in Revachol, possibly the world.
Why'd you got to leave?
My dad was a drunk. Plus, I guess, I just wanted to drink too, you know. Get my party on.
You know you're pretty good at this.
Thank you?
The girl is truly proud of herself.
Go ahead. Okay, bye.
Thanks, kid. I'm going to click save.
Actual art degree.
After this.
Trite. Contrived. Mediocre. Milquetoast. Amateurish. Infantile. Cliché and gonorrhea-ridden peon to conformism. I fucked me. Affront to humanity. War crime. Should literally be tried for war crimes. Resolutely shit. Lacking in imagination. Uninformed reimagining of. Lip-wristed. Premature. Ill-informed attempt at. Talentless fuckfest. Recidivistic shit peddler. Pedantic. Listless. Savagely boring. Just one repulsive laugh after another.
I have mastered art. My weakness from becoming an art critic. My hands shake constantly from anger, how shit it all is. Amazing. Alright, you punks. What the fuck are you doing?
The tent is
You're
just
under arrest.
tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The flap is open. Inside, 3 young men are listening to some new form of music. It's like nothing you've ever heard. One of them looks at you.
Come on, get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
It's safe to assume this is their leader, or at least he thinks he is.
Fine.
Sorry, you barely have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents.
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
Thanks. I think I unlocked my art critic power perfectly in time. Alright, losers.
see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
His grip
Nice to
is
meet you.
strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
This is my posse, Noid.
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
And Egghead. Egg!
Okay.
Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers.
How many of you organized?
We have many in the pipeline, officer.
Why are you here?
You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Also for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues.
You have this place does suck a bit.
Which brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast.
An attempt to pander to your perceived conservative sensibilities. No person his age would ever use a word like narcomania with a straight face. Don't fall for it.
Volition has my back. What you talking about?
I'm talking about the church. And I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Dopeheads! Burnouts!
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that, in Revachol.
Strike that! The world!
I like a kid. Egghead. He's just living his best life.
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts hold up in there are the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
So what's going on? Let's be honest here, what's going on?
They're spooky.
What do you mean?
I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre and a place of spiritual refuge. Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse. People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs. No one can dance like that. Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for.
I'll take a look, but I'm not sure a club is either.
All right, man.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchanged giddy looks.
All right, tell me about the padlock.
Oh, so you met her. Good, good.
He's not as glad as he would like you to think. There's concern in his voice.
I did ask Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. It's a temporary fix, just something to contain the situation. I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while. Of course! Noid, give the officer the key.
Give me the key.
All right.
Noid watches you pick up the key with a smirk.
How long have people been in there?
Not long. Like a week, maybe?
Are you sure they haven't died?
I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on. I'm at least 90%, maybe 85% sure they're still alive.
Somewhere in the ruinous past that led you here, there was something called exams. You may have learned the term involuntary manslaughter there.
Do you know what the term involuntary manslaughter means?
Yes, I do. I listen to Channel 8 all the time. I know about crime stuff, and I assure you, officer, this is not what's happening here. I'm at least 80% sure they're alive. I mean, come on. Most people aren't ever that alive in their entire lives. I don't know. What does anything mean, really?
Oh, yeah.
You're right. It is nonsense. Total garbage. I knew you'd see through it. You're one smart cop.
It feels good to be the smart cop, doesn't it? That's a good cop to be. Has a nice ring to it. Smart cop. You wouldn't want to be stupid cop, now would you? But still, maybe he's just sucking up to you.
Yeah.
He nods attentively, ready to answer the questions of one smart cop.
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do it.
Who are the people?
Truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses. Well, there's also the machinery.
This machinery is of the deeply mystical variety.
When I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together. So about 2 weeks ago, we came here hoping to set the stuff up. Suddenly, there are all these strange machines lying around in there.
One of them has wires running into bowls of water. Wires into water. Never seen anything like it.
So I'm guessing these are lost researchers.
Andre, tell him about the feeling.
Oh, and it felt like there was something in there with us, watching us from the dark.
No, the other one.
Which other one? I'm not as in tune with my emotions as you are, Egg.
Felt like silence. Awful silence.
For this man, even regular silence is awful enough. But that was something greater.
Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church. A couple of times. And we felt someone or something eyeing us inside. But that's kinda it.
What?
Like you aren't alone, you know?
It wasn't quite human, if you know what I mean.
Not human? As in a ghost? Do you know what he means?
It was this dark shape climbing upside down along the ceiling, like some kind of crab man. Yeah, you know, the way it was climbing up and around the ceiling, like a crab.
It was stalking a cell, exhibiting ambush behavior.
Odd. Crabs are usually marine creatures, and not known for climbing walls.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't personally see it. Estelle was alone that time, but I believe her. If she comes out running and says there's a crab in there, there's a crab in there.
You should ask her about it, but be nice. Don't tell her you don't believe in the crab.
The implications of this are too numerous to consider. Proceed with caution. Learn all you can before entering that dark building. There probably is no crab man. Don't let them draw you in with this nonsense.
Tell me more about the machinery.
You should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too. Probably, very likely. Well, honestly, I can't, but I am.
This is a below-feeble attempt at avoidance. Basically, he is attempting to weaponize idiocy.
Hey now, I'm 70% sure they're substance abusers. Don't let all that technology fool you. Where do you think the drugs
That's
come
getting
from?
pretty low.
Sure. What?
What are these?
Oh yeah, that's a meteor and name for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it.
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery.
What is that?
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know? I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organisation.
And
they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericanassian Church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, like, made the innocentic system, no?
are you sure they'd like that?
Totally. The Pericanassian Church is about love. And Nordic music is about love. I got love for my Pericanassian posse. Love is the relay out of death. We dance!
We dance. Hell yeah.
Love is hardcore!
Fuck yeah. This guy is stoned out of his mind, but I like it.
Unity! Unity! Make some noise for my Insulindian posse!
You know what, fair enough.
Oh yeah, it can! He's coming around. You're getting it.
You know what, sure.
Yeah! Yakokata! The place to be!
He seems ecstatic that you share his vision of Pericarnassianism.
Hell yeah. Let's party.
Do it for the masses. Do it for the crew.
I didn't want to say it, but it was pretty lame of you to imply otherwise. Anyway, you got more questions?
The one with the large head is still looking at you, nodding his head, waiting for your body to start moving.
Tell me about all this gear.
Yes. What? Yeah, good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even has running water. Oh, it's the one they sell at the fuel station.
It's like he's lying to you, my liege. But he's slippery enough that there's nothing for you to grab hold of. He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
As always,
Alright, can I raise my logic at all? Oh, I've already raised a lot. That is a high check then. Damn.
A young man with peroxide blonde hair holds up a Harman Walshi tape player, nodding along to the music. He looks at you with a knowing smile and says, as though you're supposed to be sharing some tremendous evangelical secrets,
Hardcore! Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega!
Alright.
Here comes the night!
could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think?
So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Noid. Good.
Okay.
It's good you talked to Andre first. Gave me time to get a reading on your sign. Can't really talk to people before you get a reading.
Tell me about the machines.
Weird stuff. Specialised. There was a data processor and some sort of long-wave machinery. Wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign. Or some fucked-up Samaran science sign. You know, the kind that goes headfirst into the supernatural.
The People's Republic of Samara is a product of Revachel's sister revolution on the Grad Isola. It's known as a severely degenerated rogue state.
What's wrong with the supernatural?
Nothing's wrong with it. You should definitely be researched. You can still do sick shit with it, though.
The sickest. That's perhaps why it should be researched.
We don't know much about them.
I know, man. I was just talking about the aesthetic.
All right.
Most of it doesn't exist, but there's also stuff that isn't allowed to exist, because the moralists think it's too dangerous for the plebs. Psionic powers, pale-related diseases, pretenders pretending to be human, folk rights, that kind of stuff.
What's with your name, buddy?
The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be discussed with the law at this moment.
It's not easy to reach a harmonic resonance of signs without some adjustment.
Yes, further sign matching would do good for us. One way to achieve this would be by getting us into the church.
I'll take a look. Just because it seems very weird.
The shaggy-haired girl kneels on the sea ice. She looks up as you approach.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us? With the church, I mean.
Got to ask some questions first.
Shoot.
What did you see in there?
Oh, that. You're not going to believe me. There's no point in me telling you.
She's less prone to blurt it out, crab man, than the others.
Go on.
Okay. I went in and I saw a woman next to one of those machines there. Noid calls it a mainframe. She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother, you know, strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't say anything, just stood still.
All right.
And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall. Upside down like a crab, down the church wall. I think the woman didn't even know he was there. He was completely silent. He stopped right before he got to the floor, then just hung there like that, looking at me. Right at me. I fucking turned around and walked out. End of story.
Fair response.
Like a crab, you say?
What do you look like?
It was too dark. I couldn't tell exactly.
Come on. She obviously could. She already went into detail.
What did he look like?
He looked like a banger, okay? He was all muscular and stuff. Had a mesh tank top. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that only made it scarier in a way.
A crab and a banger?
Yes, a banger. As in a mess gang member. I know what it sounds like, but that's what I saw.
All right, I'll listen to you.
Why?
And what would you stand again?
Nothing. Anyway, what else? My associates? I haven't got much to say about them.
Come on.
Sorry. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them.
To the cops.
Fair enough.
Me? I'm a silver bird. Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but... Hello again.
The device is cold to the touch. An angular Omicron logo adorns the yellow plastic cover. Underneath you see a reel of tape rolling. You put the device back on the ice.
Hey guys. Look at your other monitor for a minute.
Hello again.
The device is cold.
Keep looking. Nothing's happening over here, so you can just take a look elsewhere for a minute. He don't got to worry about nothing. There's nothing happening.
Hello again.
The device is still warm from her touch.
Oh, you can look back.
From the batteries inside. The company logo.
Nothing's
Omicron,
wrong.
adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device in your hands.
Sorry that you have to sit here on the ice feeling miserable.
She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup.
The people who built this world intended it for you to be better for you, but they failed. It's easier to live in their failure with this by your side.
The wind howls. She remains silent. It's real. Tell her.
It's not childish fantasy. It can be a real weapon for what's coming for you now.
What is?
Nothing.
Okay, I'll stick to it.
Something changes between you two. She looks at you differently now. As an equal. A fellow human being.
So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer?
What do you mean?
Come on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want to.
I guess there is something.
What is it?
Probably the plight of the working class.
Oh. Really?
The golem of capital runs rampant, smashing creator and slave alike. I fear the process is irreversible.
Wow. Social justice really matters that much to you? That's commendable. It really had you shaken up there. Are you sure that's it though?
I haven't seen much of this world, but from what I've seen, social justice is an adolescent term. Sounds almost liberal. What's got me shaking up is the people struggle, and it's got me shaken up bad.
Yeah, man. They're pretty bad.
Shit sucks, man. Wait, how many people are there? How many people are there in the world?
3.6 billion, not counting those in cell.
Damn, man. That many people are having a bad time. And I guess Seal too.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Are you sure you're not just hung up on some chick though?
Oh, that's a good answer.
Perhaps.
I mean, baby, a little bit, but that's not the point.
Okay. Why'd you think that?
Maybe I found some letters written by a woman who made me feel really bad to think about.
There you have it then, chick trouble. Not political after all. Who was she?
It can be both.
Really? You seem to be pretty upset about this chica. Are you sure you don't remember anything about her? Wow, man. That's some pretty strange shit. Are you sure the letters were for you?
Yet I'm pretty sure why else would have reacted so strong the other was.
How come you don't remember, though? Is it like some selective memory thing?
I think it's more about me getting so unbelievably drunk that I erased the entire world from my memory.
Yeah, or it might be that. This one time I did so much booze that I forgot too.
Good cover, kid.
It's obvious she's done more than booze.
Or it might just be some psych bullshit, you know? Königstein wank.
What's that?
You know, the psych thing they've got going on there. Rich people like it. People in Königstein are mostly rich. You're welcome. Might be for the best to keep that shit forgotten though. Just my opinion. If it itches, don't scratch.
Fair enough, kid. Now let's see what they have in this church. That'll probably be the last thing we do tonight.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand
Because
shut
next session I have to get some money.
The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood. The lock turns easily. You hear a click as the shackle pops open.
Let's go.
A great whoosh of air rushes into the dark innards of the church, as though rushing to fill a great vacuum. In the heart of the city.
That was a pretty cool entrance. Something seems to be infesting the church. I like the vibe. Yet. Well, that's strange.
A machine stands in the corner, watched over by the figures on the stained glass window. It's turned on and quivering with soft electricity.
A radio computer. And it's turned on.
These machines sometimes harbor traps, he thinks. Alarm systems and the like. Let's be careful.
We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case.
Let me take a look.
You see fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. A hatch connected to the central compartment is wide open. The lieutenant says nothing. You see the machine's glowing frame reflected back from his diamond-shaped glasses. You're free to proceed. Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark like fireflies. Silver tape on the side says, in black marker, log, February to March. Nothing happens. A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good afternoon, Fortress Accident on Saint-Brune. This is the East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the personal log? The filament you have inserted into the core. I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Is this the personal log?
Sure.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer.
No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
Received. I will register this login attempt. Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Goodbye, Fortress accident.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated.
Well, that's a little worrying. I'm sure there aren't spies here. Spies. Or infiltrators. Hell yet.
The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All the shift in matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent.
I think I still hear something.
And then it's gone. Almost all of it. But for the faintest of hums, you can hardly hear your own breathing. You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more total, somehow.
Time to scream and shout.
Your voice is barely audible. Not a howl, but the softest of whimpers.
Yo Kim, what's this?
The lieutenant points to his ears and shakes his head. Then he leans closer.
Can you hear anything?
I've never experienced anything like this.
I wonder why the church was built with such strange acoustics.
His detached tone conceals how uncomfortable he is.
That's pretty weird.
The lieutenant doesn't reply, but you can sense him tense up next to you. The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead.
Is there a crabman up there?
Just darkness without end. It makes your head spin. There's nothing. You're dizzy and disoriented as you see dark and more dark rising.
Officer, what are you looking at?
Filled with vague shapes of woodwork, the sense of a great height. It's like you see your own face reflected back at you in a vanishing geometry. A strange, alien image that's supposed to be you. You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes.
We found a crabman.
Maybe it's possible to talk to it. Is that a man? Looks more like part of the carpentry of the building came alive and is now studying you intently.
Hey, who's there?
The man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a steady, unreadable gaze, then speaks.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry, everything's gonna be alright. You come to the right place.
That accent is Villalobos, a peninsula in Mesk and a district in Jamrock. There's a sizable contingent of Villalobos-speaking Mesks in Rivershoal.
The right place for what?
Here you can receive the mother's love. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of the despair at the bottom of that bottle.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
I'm put off by this religious stuff, he thinks. And maybe the ceiling climbing, too. It's all very hard to square with the lieutenant's own view of reality. Hey, and what was that about the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Shish.
Está crudo, way. I see deep inside you. Your body and your spirit are suffering greatly from overindulgence, and you don't even know it.
Yeah, I know.
Not all of it. I was like you once. You don't know all the havoc El Vino is wrecking on your mind and your spirit. Necesita parar, homie.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
I love that change. You know what, this guy is not wrong. You're probably not wrong, man.
Don't trust me. Trust the mother. I'm only the messenger, Holmes. This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Is he just trying to throw you off your game? 'Tis not an act, my liege. Save him perchance he hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot.
So you know what all this shit is?
Other spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa. Don't know, Holmes.
I believe that. That would mean that the old lady is very intellectual or something like that. Possibly implying you know that intellectual old lady, but how he praised it's a bit weird.
Viaita is Grandma?
So who?
No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe not that young. Age is just one of the many masks we wear.
You don't know where she is.
That's what I said, Holmes.
How can you not know that when you both live here?
Don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests. I'm afraid not, Ese. You just have to wait until she comes back, or...
Have you heard her say the password to her computer?
Too many times, Ese. You need it for something.
Surveys are a good way to fish for personal information, especially in the name of public safety.
Hell yeah.
Don't sweat it, vato. The password is afterlife death.
That is true. But what comes after death?
What you think of that? Makes me almost pity La Nilita Pequeña when I hear it.
So you're the crab man, ain't you?
Never known myself to be a crab. But if that's the name you got for me, I won't stop you from using it.
Then what are you?
I always thought of myself more like a flame, flickering along the rafters and beams. It may be that I gotta work on my technique.
I like that answer.
I was in a gangway, but my memories of that time are fading. Most of them are already gone.
I lost my memory too, but I like it. It's like I get to create a whole new me, start again from scratch.
That's not really the point, I say. You gotta give yourself over to service. Service of the mother, that is.
Do you remember your name,
I'm good.
sir?
The lieutenant is not particularly interested in this information. He's just trying to assert some control over the conversation.
Tiago's my name, but those syllables don't mean much to me these days. A name isn't just your identity, but also, so to speak, your place amongst your fellows, your place in the world. I ain't got no use for such a place anymore. That's just the thing, Holmes. None of that matters.
What are you doing here?
This is a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there, a way out into nothingness. This church was built around it for purposes of veneration.
It does seem a bit weird up there.
I circled it, nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. One of these days, I'll be pure enough to go drink from it directly.
This does sound like some genuine supernatural shit.
Oh, that's no simple question, I say. She is one who can be painted or sculpted. She is a cavity in the dark beyond sense. She saved me, but I couldn't describe her to you. No one can, Holmes, and no one ever will.
What will happen when you do that?
I will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, I won with the state of the world before reality began.
That sounds a bit like substitution behavior, no? You know a thing or two about that.
Sure you didn't switch from one drug to another.
It's not like that at all, man. It's just faith and joyful service.
Too gleeful, those words. He is lying. Not to you, to his very own self.
Not really my job to try to just wait someone of their faith.
No worries, man. I know this shit takes time.
How did you find this place?
Hard to say. I think I did some construction work here, back when I still had material worries. Up there, I realized what the true purpose of the church was. Been spending a lot of time here ever since. The past is nothing to me now, eh? It didn't belong to me. I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory.
But she's silence.
I don't mean literal singing, Holmes. This is the mother of silence we're talking about. It's the singing of a burning heart. You may be thinking, but fire crackles. No, Holmes. That's the material that's burning. The flames themselves are without sound.
The sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending into the shadows.
Do you know why this church was abandoned?
Police raid a while back.
Did you witness it?
Not really. Or at least I don't remember much of it anymore. The mother's love has done its job. That's what's so great about the mother. It lets you forget about everything.
Some ravers are going to come in here.
The ones in the tent outside? Right? I see them. Guessing they're the ones who call me a crab. Probably scared of me.
Do they have a reason to be scared?
Nah, man. They look pretty funny. And I don't harm no one anymore. Anyway.
Fair enough.
Why not? They wouldn't bother me none. I'm usually way up there, imbibing. Ain't no music on earth that can reach where I go.
I mean, if this cursed ass dude wants to live in the rafters above a nightclub, not my problem.
Might even be nice to have some company.
He said that in spite of himself. He's more attached to the human than he'd like to think.
All right, man.
I think we're done here, Essay.
That works for me.
That was an interesting conversation. However, I'm still not sure how it's relevant to our investigation.
Everything's relevant. That's interesting. I'll use that later.
In white, silver,
Let's
and
take a look
apricot
at this
veils,
next.
the young mother of humanism stands above you. A crack runs across her body. She is impossibly tall, oval-faced and sad, a dark and radiant majesty. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel. Cold wind seeps in from the crack in the glass. Snowdrifts cover the floorboards at your feet. Above, you feel her multicolored eyes on you, inspecting you, as if under a microscope. The woman looks down at you standing there. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips and a glint in her green-blue eye. Of what? Compassion? Remorse? She acknowledges the passing of someone who is still alive. You.
I like the specific prompt. What do you see in the eyes of the prophet of this world?
As that soft word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder. Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times as you stand in the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles, her distant smile, sundered by the crack in the glass.
How do I know about her?
Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. The innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men.
All right, well, what's that?
The highest category of historic individual, an embodiment of the world's spirit.
A ruler.
More, an innocence is elected to office by the founding party, a precedent that has taken place a mere 6 times in the entirety of history. The legal system of the Real Belt is built to accommodate an authentic rule should it coincide with our time. An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions. They are inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway? Only accelerated, packed into decades instead of centuries. An innocence is a continuous, compressed event, a sacred human being. It is an honor and a glory to live when one is in office.
That's a genuinely fascinating concept. The centrist immovable moralist party has a specific position for a dictator to force things forward. I guess if things get too stagnant, one can take control and temporarily shove things in another direction. That is an interesting concept for the centrist party. Genuinely, that's cool. I love that shit. Inflexible party has to have something in place to force it to have flexibility. That is cool. I love ideas like that. This has such cool world building. Is one in office right now?
No, we are alone.
When did she rule?
300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, by explorers from the continent of Muindi. She is, among other things, the innocence of inter-isolary travel and the connected world.
What else do I know?
Many things. You know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene La Navigateur, Queen of Suresnes, modern-day Sir La Clé. Also that she was gorgeous beyond beauty, draped in ancient sadness. Are you sure you want to remember this bit of historic trivia? Standing under a long, slender form like this, dwarfed?
Where is this coming from?
The past. It's a silo of sadness, fermenting. You should keep away. No, you must know.
What else?
Terribly, women of the court were expected to play both contract bridge and chess sufficiently well to prove an interesting challenge to a man. A simple grasp in matters of philosophy, theology, and science was encouraged. She was, by all means, a kept woman. She made the most of her position in the antediluvian court, a court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day. In secret, she was becoming the era's preeminent philosopher of the state. A scalpel, a piercing gaze. She was an almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time, a messenger from the future of the species. We all fell in love with her, head over heels. Even before she was declared an innocence, her influence was tremendous.
How come?
It was on her advice that Irene La Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale. A costly, often tragic endeavor, ultimately vindicated by the discovery of the new world, the piece of reality you're standing on. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is widely considered the greatest era in history, the DeLorean era.
Pretty cool.
Wow, indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest. Bystanders reported golden filaments lighting the already sunlit chamber around her, clearly visible beneath her dress. That is why the lungs are the symbol of love for the cultures of the Riel Belt.
Interesting.
As did we all. The lands of the Mesk and the Occident, and even faraway Supra-Muindi. Altogether, 21 of the 40 Mundial nations of the time immediately accepted Innocentic rule, even before her crowning. In a city called Advesperaskit in Vespa Messina, her homeland, the name of the city means evening comes, but it happened on a winter's morning, with the canals frozen and slush falling out of the sky. She was dressed in a white and pearl dress on an emptied-out plaza with the crowd far away. Already, her Theriers, the secret servicemen of the Innocents, were worried about an assassination attempt.
Pretty cool.
Oh yes, she looked like humanity's young mother, a perfect mother, insultingly beautiful. It was as if her face and shoulders and hands were covered in a soft down of underfeathers. You know this well, very well. Midwinter snow was beating the cobblestones around her. A small attaché of officials stood by as her Theriers placed a white gold wreath on her head. The crowning was mostly witnessed by secret servicemen.
Then what?
One of the men in this secret service killed her 22 years later. A young man who had come to suspect that Dolores Day was not entirely human, but something else.
What?
Something that had walked in our midst, watching us stumble for hundreds, if not thousands of years, until it decided to interfere in the course of our history. We were supposed to come up with this ourselves. The man was reported to have screamed at the Innocents.
Sounds like he was a bitch.
Dolores Day was shot in the chest with a fowling piece 8 times. The man, thought to be insane, said he once touched her and her body had been unnaturally warm, like a furnace, and that sometimes, while on duty, he observed her forgetting to breathe for over 10 minutes. This inhuman quality was witnessed by many others as well, glowing lungs and all. It is commonly attributed to mass hysteria and religious psychology. Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged for your semantic memory, or what remains of it. But
that guy probably was
terrifying. It's a simple word. She was bad for humanity, and you shouldn't have started thinking about her.
Why?
You already do. Although she is often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous about Dolores Day. Constantly surrounded by her Theriers, she was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the Innocences. Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal for the campaigns she waged against the Mesk state. And then there were the resettlement programs. The Mesk state tried to detach itself from Innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement
sounds
of
about
upstream
right.
Marguerite were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity.
Yep.
Suggesting those who fight against it are not part of humanity. She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb in icons such as this. She was also blonde, the blondest woman you have ever seen, with green eyes the color of the Pacentic, mare interregnum. Little is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely, paranoid, and even terrifying that people seldom mention, but feel when they think of her. This subtle terror is part of her iconography.
Lieutenant Yefrater, you've stood there for over 5
That
minutes.
is still really interesting.
What are you thinking of, if I may ask?
What a strange concept, I love that. I agree, that is extremely fascinating.
That she is. A great sacred piece. I wonder what we are doing here, however. In this church, I mean. The coast in general. We shouldn't linger. This isn't a good place to get lost in. The old woman in the village was right. This must be the Delorean Church of Humanity in Martinez, or the Small Pinewood Church in some records.
Knew of it.
It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps misplace it. It was built not long after Revachol's founding, 300 or so years ago, by first-generation settlers.
On the coast of an uninhabited archipelago where only animals had roamed before, in the wild reeds.
What else do you know?
There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les Setsa, they call them, the 7 Sisters. Only one remains. The rest were burnt in the revolution or used for building materials. We should be respectful here, although the building appears to be deserted. I do not believe we'll find anything connected to the lynching here. Something else, perhaps?
I know that's why I'm not doing it now, and I'm going to change my gear.
Is the lieutenant a follower of Deloreanism? There it is again. A small pang of guilt. It's time to ask him what happened here.
Do you know why it was abandoned?
I have a theory, yes. There was a police raid a while back. I heard the place was shot to pieces. The old woman in the village was being tactful with us when she didn't mention it. She has more respect for the RCM than many around here.
Why?
Well, your station was involved, I hear. Although I can't be sure.
How come the lieutenant isn't sure? Is this confidential information?
You're not sure?
3 precincts were involved in the raid, and people say Precinct 41 was one of them.
I don't remember being here.
I am pretty sure it was a clandestine operation. I don't know anything more about it, why it was conducted, or who participated. I try not to pry into extra-district matters.
I should probably figure this out.
Good luck. You will not get information on a confidential operation from your station secretary just by calling. If you really don't remember, it might be better to keep this one forgotten. It happened a while ago. It's unimportant to our business in Martinez now.
Kim, are you a follower of this religion?
Yes, we all are. Her name, body, and rule are synonymous with humanism. The laws we enforce are Delorean in origin.
I didn't think you were spiritual.
It's not spiritual, it's constitutional. The Delorean system does not demand faith, only accordance.
Fair enough, he's a philosophy follower. All right, let's see if I have anything to improve that.
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex wax painting on a simpler shards glimmer in the dark. You see little pearls
I'll
of
have to
light
come
on
back
the edges
then.
of the crack that splits the female figure. Something was written there. Remains of broken letters line the emulsion. What it said, you do not know.
That's a skill I will be improving, so I'll come back for that in a little bit. But for now, we're going to be ending for the night on that very interesting little bit of lore. Now we've learned a lot more about this world. And it's a very fascinating one. Isn't it neat? I love that stuff. I mean, it's a very well written game, of course I'm going to treat it right. It's just fascinating. I like it a lot. These are people who thought a lot about the world they were making. Anyways, we shall end here for now. Remember, like, comment, subscribe, shower me with bits. Give me untold wealth and power, so that I can rule the world. Also freeze for a moment. Vtuber Studios got very confused for a second. Anyways, remember, if you are a tier 3 sub, I will not just live in your walls but not be an arsonist. Bye bye.